Do a quick mic check here. Let me know if you guys can hear me all right. Is it coming in good or not? Let me see if I get the right. Got my usual mic on. Is it not? Does it sound better or does it not sound worse? Let me know. Oh, okay. No, that's my Yeti. It's the usual one. Who knows? So the only thing I'm in right now is gold. So I did get in, and I got in late. So here's the trade I'm in. I got in gold earlier, um, around that 7 o'clock mark this morning. I got in basically, it was breaking that retracement line. So I got in a little early before the signal due to that, due to it pulling down below that through that retracement line, bouncing off the top of that zone as well. So, that's one of our 4 hour zones. So I'd watched it, or not watched it, but last night bounce off the top. And when I woke up this morning, we had several cells in here. And then that big, huge drop. So basically, after that big, huge drop, then of course it retraced back and it, bounced right off that, drew retracement line, and there you go. So that's what I'm in off of. I entered light because it was around a 4 hour zone. I got to look and see where we're at now, but as far as peaking out to 4 hours, so that's the only one I'm in right now. And of course, right now it's retracing back to the swing low here, or has retraced back to that, pulled back to that. So we'll see if it holds up. We do have news coming out. Chart set back. Here we go. So we do have news coming out today. I got to remember what day it is because my wife left today. Normally she leaves on Wednesdays. So I mean, the news is hit, but we got more news coming out. President Trump speaking today as well. So it might be a radical day. We'll see with the moves. I don't really have a, I'm going to draw a downtrend line on gold. It should pop up on your guys' side as well. From like there to there. And we'll see what it does with that. Just because I draw the line does not mean it's going to follow the line. But we'll see. I don't really see anything I want to get really mixed up in right now. As I look across the board at other items, ES is forming nice swings. So I may look to get into that first. I'm not going to touch Bitcoin right now. I mean, Bitcoin's been short for 2 days, so. And that was coming off that red zone we had marked up there. So since it's at a 4-hour zone, no, I don't know if it's going to follow through or not. So I don't know if I want to add to my gold position. Now would have been the time. I did not, because now it's starting to drop again. Since gold had pulled back up here to that previous low, that would have been the time for me to add, and I did not. And I don't want to do it now, but. And if when you add like that, it could backfire. Remember the other day I added 2 contracts. I was up like this the other day and added 2 contracts instead of 1. So if I add 1, and I'll go ahead and do it to show you, because it's going to move, right? The order's going to move if I add 1. So what I like to do is put a sign in here to put where my original entry was. I got to shut off the magnet just to put where the my caps lock is on. Yeah. And I can mark the stop as well. You know, stop was above the highs. Now, like I said, I should have added when it pulled up in here. But if I add 1 right now and sell, it's going to move the order. So what I like to do is I 100% like to be able to come down and at least risk around the same amount in my trade. I would love to come down and put my order here for my stop, and that's close. So I might get stopped out. I'm going to get stopped out at break even. I forget what trade that was in. Maybe you guys will remember. I think it was Bitcoin. It was Bitcoin or gold, and I ended up with $4 doing this. So, you know, here I was up 100 something. Now I'm still up 147. I really wanted to add in here, but didn't when it pulled back to test that because I was too busy talking. That's okay. But I added 1, and I'd love to be able to move my stop to where it's still the position's covered, you know. So now I'm at no risk on the trade, you know, just moving it a little better to break even. So love doing that. However, a lot of those end up, it could pull back and take me out, and I won't gain a thing. So if that's my only trade for the day, like the other day when I took that trade, hang on, I'm trying to fix my stuff back over here. The other day when I did that, I had put on 2, and when I put on 2, it moved my order so far that when I moved my stop, got stopped out. It was like $4. So if that was my only trade for the day, well then that's $4 on the day. So you got to live with your decisions. Of course, that wasn't my only trade for the day. All right, so we're getting that little push. We'll see what happens here. I'm kind of miking in and out, guys. I poured some cereal in. I haven't eaten it yet. It's getting soggy. I can't even remember what I ate yesterday. I don't know. 2 days ago, I made myself steak and eggs for breakfast. It was really good. I have not had coffee yet, so I'm low on steam. I got to make some. My wife took it all. Yeah, I had steak, eggs, toast, some kiwi. How does one eat kiwi? Do you slice your kiwi? Yeah, Bitcoin popped right back up to those previous highs. So I might consider, if it gives another sell, I'd actually almost want to jump in, but it's kind of, it'd be kind of risky to jump in now. Looking at the highs, let me take that off and actually use a horizontal line. I could see this line price working out here because of these lows back here, but see how Bitcoin's kind of wavering across the line? So that's what's kind of hard to pick a point. Do you go with the top? I would put it on the top and say that's as high as it might go here because of this high back here, this high over here. But you look back and you'll see times where it, goes through and back up, so I don't know if it's due for a larger pullback. If it's going to signal again to go short on Bitcoin, and we're just due for maybe a larger pullback up into these highs. So anything I would take on Bitcoin, I would consider a risk right now because of that. And I would just go lightly. So I would rather wait for a signal, but then the signal is going to put me a little later, right? So like you have here, you have this pullback, and the signal puts you in later. You could 100% see that you could have drawn a retracement line across that, a pullback line on that. I don't like to extend those, but I will sometimes. But you can see that if you drew that, I get the magnet on. Turn it off on one and not the other. But you can, if I can grab one here and put it in the right spot. Love having the magnet on, but for these I extend them past, so that's where the magnet does not come into play very well. So, again, waiting for a signal, I'm going to give up some of the move. Like this sell here came, basically it had a pullback, breaks the retracement line, there's your signal. So you could get in and you just have to pull profit. If you didn't pull profit on that one, you're still riding it, another sell signal. You don't get back in. So if you put in your full amount of contracts you want to put in, even if it's two, and if it's two contracts you put in there, if you haven't pulled one, then you wouldn't add two here. At least I wouldn't. I'd want to I'll pull partial first. So if I didn't pull there, then on this next pull down, guess what? I'm pulling down here. Why? Inside bottom touch, right? Comes down, touches the inside of the bottom. I had my chance over here to close partial and didn't. Your second chance to close partial, third chance to close partial down here. So it's given you multiple opportunities to close out partial. Even, like say you got in here with like 2 or 4 or whatever, 6, doesn't matter. You get in with 4 and you're closing 3. You don't close 3. You get another sell. Well, you're not going to put another 4 on because you haven't closed 3 of the previous trade. It gives you that chance here. Again, it pulls where? To the inside bottom. So when you watch these, I know you'll kick yourself. Everyone else, let me put that back on, sorry. Everyone in here will kick themselves when they close partial here. We're looking at Bitcoin, all right? You'll kick yourself when you close partial there and it keeps dropping. 100%. People do it all the time. It drops down here, the inside bottom. That would be my reason for closing partial. I had my chance over here. I've been given a second chance. at profit, why not take it, right? It's given me a second chance. I would close partial. If I didn't close, if I put on 4, didn't close 3 here, I'd close 3 when it gets down to the inside bottom. It's giving you a second chance. Now, you'll close 3. And then some trades, it'll reverse and go all the way up. You won't see it for days. It goes so high, right? And you're glad you got out. You have to be equally glad. So you're satisfied you got out because it just keeps going long, right? You have to be equally satisfied if you close out your 3 and only have a runner on and it keeps dropping. That's part of the key to this, part of the mental state that you have to get your mind around. You have to be equally satisfied closing the 3 and it dropping without you having those 3 on because you just closed them, as if equally satisfied as you are when you close the 3 and it totally reverses and changes. I hope that makes sense. But that's what you have to wrap your head around. You can't change back and forth. You'll close 3 today and it totally reverses and goes up. And you're 100% happy that you closed the 3. Tomorrow, you'll close the 3, same situation, you'll close the 3, and it drops like a rock. And you're dissatisfied. You're dissatisfied with yourself and how you handled it because you're thinking, well, if I would have left those 3 on instead of 100, being up 100, I'd be up 400. Yeah, you would. But if you would have tried that, say, today, if that's the way this works out, well, then you would have lost on the 4 contracts. So say you put on 4 and you're waiting all morning, and if it keeps going up, it doesn't drop to give you 100 per contract. You should have closed. And then, like I said, you walk in tomorrow and you say, oh, same situation, I'm going to close, and then it just drops. And then you're getting on yourself because you closed the 3. So it's something you got to get used to and wrap your head around. It's just the way it is. And you have to be, like I said, equally satisfied. I like kiwi. Does nobody like kiwi? I don't know. I like kiwi. But we don't slice it. Not around here. I just cut it in half and eat it like a bowl of kiwi. Just spoon it out. Even with all my wicked knife skills in the kitchen. That's what my daughter used to call them. Wicked knife skills. Well, I'm trying to do something over here. All right, so for my trade, we haven't done much here. Yeah, I love fruit. And of course, there's different levels to all fruits. We had some we bought in Costco in Florida, and it was canned, but it was pineapple. But it was like Gold Deluxe or something. It was some of the best pineapple I had ever had in a can. Because normally you get a lot of fibrous and sometimes tough pineapple in a can. If you get Dole Gold, I think it's just called Gold. It's the same way. Not quite as good, but pretty close. But it has to be the gold. So see how it pulled back? I was talking about Bitcoin possibly entering short because it had pulled up to those highs, but we knew that, or I knew that I have these highs up in here. So it's just knowing that it could go back up and touch those highs, even though they're lower highs each time. We just don't know it. These are going to be the lower. So we were getting lower highs and getting lower lows. And we just don't know when it might give that deeper retracement that could turn into a reversal. So not in it. If I get a signal, because again, the signals tend to come up after a pullback and then it drops down. So it looks like that retracement, a retracement line break. Sometimes it looks like a test where it'll pop down and pull back. So we may get a lot of signals right now before Trump speaks. It's gonna be like 2 hours. I think he speaks at 11. And we'll see what we get off that. We'll probably get a lot of speculative moves off that. What I'm thinking. Yeah, that cereal didn't last long. I think he was down here last night messing with my computer. I don't know why. I went out and got him a MacBook. That's what he wanted. We got Androids. He wanted an iPhone. Got PCs. He wanted a MacBook. So I got him a Mac. I hate it when I go over and use it because I've had to set him up on TradingView and get Tradebate on there and all kinds of stuff. And it's all right. It's just a few differences. All right, I'm kind of scanning some other stuff here. It's like gold. I wouldn't touch gold or oil at all. Like I said, ES is the only one that's kind of Bitcoin's wanting to sucker me in here. I did get in Bitcoin long, guys. Bitcoin, my chart's a little different, and that's why I want to get off these. What are you guys? Let me know what brokers you guys are trading through. Like for those, everybody should be on TradingView, or probably is. What brokers are you guys using for your data on TradingView? That's something I want to. Because sometimes, based across different brokers, the movements don't look exactly identical. So that will play out in signals, not drastic, but it will play out some on the signals. Trade station, okay, I don't even know how they're. So it'll be interesting to see how they look. We'll do some price comparison, might be good at some point. In the premium, once this goes out and you guys are using it on your own charting, we might do that. I might ask you to post, like gold chart for the day or something, so we can kind of see how the live signals look across different platforms. Because I do know the one you guys are looking at paper sometimes differs from mine, so you might not even get a signal. So we had a 1 hour reverse here on Bitcoin. My Bitcoin, that's actually a buy signal, and I've had these on the same time, so it's not like I'm changing charts up. They've both been running nonstop since this morning, and mine in here looks similar, the 7 hour mark, but over here does not. I have a buy signal there, and my 1 hour reverse triggered here on mine. So like this green candle here is a buy signal on mine, and then it dropped back, and then it's pulled up those two candles, and that's when I jumped in on that bounce. So still using old techniques, but I move it back since it bounced right there. It pretty much bounced on that high. So we'll see if that pans out. I did get in with 5, and right now it's in the negative. So my gold trade looks like it's going to be over. See, that's what I was talking about earlier, adding to that position, and we haven't got a reverse or anything like that. We got the 15-minute green, so we're getting a deeper pullback. But what happened was, like I told you the other day, when I added into this one, it was kind of like what happened the other day, where I originally entered here, and stop was up here above these highs, and I was up, 100 and something down in here, like 120, 140, somewhere in there when it hit these lows. And so I made a decision to add one. But when I added one, it moves your order down, right? So it moved my order down, and I moved my stop to protect. Now I could have left my stop up in here, above these highs, but I chose. I just don't want a loss today. I know it's kind of petty, but because of that, because of me not wanting a loss, I'm probably going to get stopped out here. We'll see. Not going to guarantee it, but these are looking awful bullish. So we'll see what happens. But if I would have stayed with my original trade, my order would be up here. Now I would have down here. I was getting ready to move my stop, and that's when I said, well, let's just add one in. So I'll have 0 loss. But if I would have moved my stop down to here, under where I got in, at that break-even mark, or a little better than break-even, well, then if I get stopped out here and it turns and just keeps running short, well, then that's on me because I added in. But I chose to add in because I was in so light. I was in with one contract. So I'm okay taking the chance and getting that, break-even trade. because I did that like 2 days ago, and that trade ended up at $4. You know, I don't know what you can buy with $4. I can't even buy a coffee. Well, I get my coffees for free. Can't buy a latte or anything else. An affogato. Does anybody have an affogato or know what that is? Don't Google it if you don't know. I'm interested to see if anyone knows what an affogato is. Yeah, that's tip money, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, at the coffee shop, I don't pay for coffee. I've been paid for years for coffee over there. One day, the owner's just like, you get free coffee. You spend so much money in here. And it was, I don't know. I feel it's not, I don't eat there every day, guys. I will tell you this. Last summer, was it last summer or year before? No, it was the year before. It was not last summer. Last summer, I took 2.5 months and I went to the coffee shop every day. And I did nothing but hang out at the coffee shop all day. Literally. Now, I did trade mainly off my phone. I did take my laptop sometimes. But I just wanted to chill, relax, and take a couple months and just do absolutely next to nothing. And it was nice. I still had construction running, but my main guy, Steve, was running everything. So I didn't have to be there every day. So I'd get business phone calls, stuff from the guys, and this, that, and the other. And sometimes I'd have to go check on the house. But for 2.5 months there, I just made the decision just to not. I wanted to get out of this house, our house, but I didn't really want to. And I look back, go, man, I could have went to the movies. There's so much I could have done, but I just wanted to chill. A lot of people come in there that talk to me about different things. The banker across the street comes in, talks to me about investing, and does talk to me about the, like the crypto market and gold and stuff. So he's one of the head guys at the bank. I forget his position. He comes over to the coffee shop. He'll come in and talk. And then I got construction company owners that stop in there, and they'd stop in to see me. It's mainly about what's going on with them. How can they, get more business? How can they maximize on profits? Just different things. So what kind of advertising I get all kinds of stuff thrown at me from the construction guy. And I love it. If you know me, I like to talk. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to get stopped out of that gold trade. It's inching its way up to my entry. So again, that's something I'm going to leave marked on my, it's still on right now, but it's about to take me out. It's a nice big bullish move, steeper than the move down. Not steeper than the original move down. It kind of matches this. Syncline, it kind of matches this first move down. So it's 1 and 2. It's about there. Come one tick to take me out. So what I'm going to obviously be watching for is I'll be looking for another entry in gold. And then I'm going to leave these up there. I hope they're not near. I don't think they're near guys this way. Because whatever I draw on my chart over on my other screen pops up on your guys's. Even though they're logged into 2 different brokers. You just can't log into the same broker on both. So I'll be looking for another entry in gold if I get taken out. Right now it's still on. It came like within a tick. If I get taken out, I'll be looking for another entry. And then the other is leaving these on to really, I don't have to. If I get taken out, I can take these 2 bubbles off. The ones I'm concerned with is this right here, my original entry and my original stop. I'd want to see if I was taken out, if it pulls back deeper, or if it pulls back deeper and just drops. because that is a 4-hour level zone there. Still in Bitcoin, going nowhere. Look at ES here. Wow. So ES, let me draw a couple things on ES and I'll switch it over for you guys. And then I'll have to run them, give them a call. So ES is on the bottom right chart. This is, mine looks cleaner than this. Well, you guys have a long buy on there. That's a better situation than what mine looks like. But multiple buy signals, and it's pulling back to that lower trend line there that I've drawn. So I've drawn top bottom. It's not, I didn't use the channel tool because the tops here don't line up to where this top line is equal with the bottom line. So that's why they're drawn separately like that. So it is kind of coming into a funnel where it's getting tighter. We're also at a 4-hour trend line. We're back at the one we broke. I have to turn off the signals here for a sec. We'll go out to the 4-hour. So I've still got a lot of lines I haven't deleted. I'm not going to make you guys watch me delete them. But we're at this 4-hour zone right here. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure all the mics are on before I start chatting. So again, this is the 4-hour zone we're at, okay? So this was drawn basically off these bounces, off the wick back here. And then it bounced here, kind of came close there. So that's what that zone's off of, okay? Now, if we zoom in, we're at the bottom of that zone. So you drop down to like a 1-hour, 15-minute. You'll see how we kind of pop through the zone, pop back below it, kind of hung out. Same thing it did here. It came up here and tested that zone. All right, came up to the bottom, and these are 1-hour candles. So for 4 hours there, it stayed under it, just resting on the bottom, just tapping the bottom of that thing, you know, trying to break through. Okay, then it finally broke and ran, pulled back to test the top of the box, our zone, finally broke it. And what did it do after it broke it and went down, touched the bottom? It sat sideways for a while, just hammering on the bottom of the zone. So the zone held up as resistance over here. It held up as support over here for a few hours, you know, for that 4 or 5 hours in there. And then finally broke through. Well, now it's testing that again. So just be careful if you're in it, because we're down on a 3 right now, and that's what we're doing. So again, it's testing this zone. And then when you turn the signals on, you know, 4 hours green, the 1 hour's kind of switching back and forth. Okay. So you're going to get a buy every time those all 3 line back up again. And you guys let me know if you'd rather leave this on ES or oil. Typically, I'd have that on ES, but I know you guys, some of you wanted to see oil, so we've had it on oil for a while. for a few days. Oil's messy today, so I'm not even looking at oil. I'm looking at ES more than oil because I really kind of want to get in long here, not waiting on a buy signal. The only thing my only hesitation is the stinking 4-hour zones there. Did not get taken out of gold. Guys, it barely. I never did move my orders, so I don't move my orders, back them up. So it came, it's right there. It's right here is my gold trade. So it came within like a tick or two, something. So I'm still in it. And Bitcoin, I'm down. Because it's done nothing but pull back down to that where it bounced here. So I took a chance. I got in here when it bounced. We'll keep it on. So now we wait. I don't like that gold's found ground here. If you look at gold where it pulled back to, it's right, right at that high level right here, which is also the low back here, which is where that line's from. I'll do one of these. I'll be right back. I'm going to run up and get some coffee. Yeah, I don't like that for gold. Not for my trade, anyways. So my gold trade's off. It did just take me out on this last pull up. So remember, I told you right here, it had wicked up, was like a tick below. It was just below my stop. So this one, it did just take it out. So we'll look for another setup. So again, that's one of those where, I was up one contract up over 120 or 30, 40, somewhere in there. Chose to add one. You know your order's going to move down. So you have to be selective when you do that if you're adding in. So you either add in, and where are you going to move your stop? I like to move my stop to better and break even, but a lot of times I'll get stopped down on that. So that's going to be another, whatever, $2 trade or something. I'd have to go pull it. Brokers. That's going to be another tip money trade. Oh, that's a great one. Who wants to see this one? Yeah, I don't know. When Trump starts speaking, we'll see where we're at. You know me, before any kind of news or major event, I like to get in something that, if I can, and that way I'm already in. And then it's either going to move against you or move with you, and I'm okay taking the losses. So we'll see what happens. We still got a little bit of time. So, anyways, I pulled that. Pulled that report. So there's the trade. So again, I put on one earlier, and that was up that 120 or 40, whatever it was, and then put on the second trade later, and that's why it looks the way it does. Even though I pulled my stop to break even, it's because of where the order entry was in relation to the profit I had already kind of locked in on the table. We're looking at gold. So this trade over here. So again, I put on one entry here and was up that 120 to 40, somewhere in there. And then when I added one, it moved my order down, and I moved my stop to a little better and break even, like one tick. So I didn't get taken out by this pullback, but I got taken out by this second pullback. The second pullback there. So you'll see a positive 69 and then the negative 66. That's because of where the profit that was in here between the two. So overall, that's worse than the other. That's $3. So left with the $3 trade there. So we'll start calling those tip money trades. I think that's a good place to put those funds. So I locked in some tip money for the day. I did jump in ES on the bounce right here. So I'm going old school, right? I'm not waiting on the signal. I'm taking it that it's pulled back to that this trend line here, and boom, I'm in. My profit target is going to be, in this high in here. I don't even, my other target, secondary target, of course, will be the line up here, but it doesn't always get to that line. Okay, so I drew the line off this high to this high. They're 3-minute wicks. We had this pull up here and pull back down that didn't even hit that line. So I don't you know, we're making some nice wiki candles. This could turn on me. My stop is down here. So we'll see what happens with it. It's going to be around a 1-to-1. I turn my magnet off. And get this to where my order is. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, so if I pull partial here, it's going to be at a 1-to-1. I went a little heavier on that one. Might not have been the right one to go heavy on. We'll see. It looked good to me. So overall, ES looked good to me to take it there, go in a little heavier because it's had some nice clean swings, right? So it's had nice clean swings, lots of buy signals. I'm going with that. Remember I said my only reason for staying out, my only hesitation was this zone, this yellow zone that it's at. So but if it gets a 1-to-1 level, in fact, I'm going to put a pending order. Just before the 1-to-1. I'm going to come in. I have 10 on, so I'm going to close 8. So I have a sell limit up above it. So that's the trade. So see, I hate that we're getting those just wicked candles. We're getting a bunch of doji candles in here. So right now I've got a sell limit of 8 up here, just before the 1-to-1. And I'm essentially asking it, can you just peek up above there one more time? You know, close out my 8, and then right now, since it's, oh, there we go. So we closed out 8. I'll move my stop. I got it. I don't know what I got, but I wasn't watching the dollar amount. So I'm moving my stop up to at least a half loss. So I locked in 8 at 1-to-1. And right now I have 2 at half. It's essentially like 1 at 1-to-1, right? So I've got 2 contracts on with half loss. So that's essentially 1 contract with a full loss. The reason why I'm saying that is because I locked in 8 at 1-to-1. This right here will be a loss of 1 back. So it'll be a 7. If it's all said and done, if it hits me here and takes me out half loss, then it's taken 1 whole contract that hit 1-to-1 here. So instead of 8, it'll be 7 at a 1-to-1 is what I'm ending up with on it. So we'll see what happens. But again, I took the chance. The hesitation was that 4-hour zone. We were right there messing with the bottom. Yeah, those are whacked out candles, let me tell you. Like I said, I wouldn't expect a ton. We had news, which news we always look for. I had 2 coffee cups. That was yesterday. So we had news, so we'd expect movements. But then, of course, with Trump speaking, there we go. We're starting it. And I am not in Bitcoin. We had a buy signal, but I didn't get in. Still looking to see if we can get back in gold. I'm going to delete these two text bubbles, whatever you want to call them. Bitcoin's pushing. Let's find Nasdaq here. Did anybody jump in Bitcoin? Because it's just now touching that 4 hour. Others up. That's from two swing highs on the 4 hour. One was a major swing up and down. The bottom of it started December 30th last year, topped out at January 6th, and then went clear back to where it was December 30th, back in January 9th. Double bottom there and then shot up through. But now we're testing that area again. We fell through it. We fell through this zone not far back here. That was that 2-day fall, 2-day sell-off that we just had. And now it's making up for it. And look at ES. So ES took me out at my half loss. So I got 7 contracts at 1-to-1. Why I'm laughing is because it took me out and it's popped back up. That's why I'm laughing. I did jump in Bitcoin, so I'm up about 400 right now, guys. I just jumped in it, so this is not a signal. I had a signal on mine. You guys didn't get it on here, so I'm up like 5, so I'm closing 4, and I am going to leave my stop where I put it. I moved it up to around here somewhere. We'll take some loss against the gains. There's only 1 on, so I had 5 on, close 4. That was total price action trade. I'll only do that if I've got profit from the week to risk. Other than that, I like setups and signals, right? Taking trades off the setups and signals, I just, on that one, I'm like, okay, I'm jumping in because it was making up for this 3-day or 2-day fall off here that we just had. So we just had 2 days where it dropped back off the all-time high, that 108 level. So we had a 2-day drop. It started moving, it pushed up, pulled back. The signal to buy just came here during this candle. which most people wouldn't enter on that. I wouldn't enter on that as a signal anyways. I would have been waiting on a pullback. We're just not getting it. I figured it was due based off of not just news we've had, but with Trump speaking. There's a lot of factors that play into it. So sometimes we're going to get those just sporadic moves we can't plan on. So I don't know if it's going to make up the rest of that. This drop, of course, since I'm in it with one contract, I'd like to see it keep going back up to this other zone. Make up for that 2-day drop we just had. So we'll see. So I'll mark where my trade is. So just keep in mind that was a price-based trade. It was not that was a reactionary trade. Trying to move the So I will be trailing my stop on it. I just have to decide on where I want to put it. How tight do we want to trail this? You guys let me know. How tight do you want to see me trail this? Right now my stop's there. I will pull it to break even now. So I want to see what you guys will do with this. Did you, Ivan? Nice. So how tight do we want to trail the stop on this? We want to stay 2 back, 3 back. Right now it's hit level 5 for me for my entry. So that's 4 to 1. I already closed out 4, so I only have 1 left. Stops to right there. A little better than break even. So do we want to pull it there? That would lock in 1 to 1 on the runner. I'm not so concerned with locking in profit, keep in mind. So right now I'm not really concerned with locking in profit on the 1 contract. So basically it's a care less. I could care less if I get anything on the 1 contract. Because ultimately I want to see if it goes, again, way back up here to this yellow zone. Is it going to top out up here? Of course, it's going to move in swings, so we might get a huge pullback that could stop me out. So I think right now I'm just going to leave my stop there. I'm better than break even, so I'm not going to lose anything on this trade. I would have loved to have entered down in here, though, better, and left my stop down, below a low, but I don't want my stop down here, or even where it originally was. I don't want to take that much of a loss. So let me see if I can get it right on my price point, looking at this chart. So my stop's right, the middle of the cross is my stop. So we'll leave it where it is. That was kind of a trick question about where we want our stop. Typically, I'd be trailing the stop, right? Moving it and keeping it, at least 2 levels back. So since it hit level 5, which is 4 to 1, I would have my stop at level 3. So typically my stop would be like right there. But I want to give it that extra room to breathe to see what happens, when Trump starts speaking, to see if we get a big push off of it. We'll see. So right now I'm in that. I want to stay in it. And this is why I was laughing. You guys know my ES trade. I forget how many contracts I put on, guys. 10. Was this the one I had 10 on? I think I had 10 on this. I'll have to turn on my. Let's see. But I had a pending order. Yeah, I did put on 10. So that's the one I put on 10 back here. Remember, I'm looking for it to bounce off that trend line here where these lows are bouncing. My target was the top, and put on 10. I had a pending order of 7 up here. A sell limit. There was a sell limit order of 10 or 8. Sorry. Sell limit order to close 8. So when it got up there, it closed out 8, and that's why I was laughing. Remember, I moved my stop to halfway point, and then this candle started pulling up, I think it was. Nope, it was this one. This candle started pulling up after it just took me out. And that's why I was kind of laughing a little bit earlier. It was the ES messing with me, right? Because then it ultimately went up there and even up to, what is that, 2 to 1. Level 3, which is 2 to 1. So kind of laugh, but I got my profit out of it. I'm okay. I closed out 8 where I wanted. And if you look at where I closed out the 8, let me pull that back over for a second. So if you look at where it closed the 8 out, it just popped up and wicked right to level 2, which is our 1-to-1. So it just popped up, closed out my trade, and then pulled back down and then stopped me out. So very happy with that. I would have been happier if I'd left my stop where it was. I'd still be in it. So now if I get back in it, yes, I gotta look for another entry. Yeah, oil's back at its previous high right here, so it's got to break this. Let me pull this. I kind of shrink the ES supporter off because I'm out of it. Okay, Bitcoin went up to level 6, which is 5-to-1. Just got to sell on gold. And again, on that one, if I would not have added a contract, I'd still be in it from up here. But I chose to add in. And then not just adding in, but I also chose to move my stop tight to where it was break even. I wasn't going to lose anything. Bitcoin's on the rise to level 7. So that was a good decision for me to jump in, a little riskier because of that. because I was solely getting in off price move. That's something I'm just going to keep repeating that. Because that was a riskier trade, just completely 100% jumping in on that. So it was riskier, so that's again why I went in with 5 contracts instead of 10, because of that extra risk. And then again, if you do anything like that on those, I recommend only doing it with money you can afford to lose out of your account. So for me, it's profit. It's a certain amount of profit I'll risk on trades, like if I do them at all. Because again, that's kind of like jumping on a moving train. Not saying you can't do it. I do it here and there. Don't do it every day. There might be a whole month I don't get anything like that. So, because to me, a trade like that's just kind of taking some of my profit from the previous week. Those are riskier trades, so you're kind of like throwing some of the profit out there, taking a bigger chance. A lot of extra risk doing that. So it has to be with money you're willing to lose for the day. All right, Bitcoin's climbing. That level 8's near that yellow zone. So I only have one on. So I can't like close partial up there. The only thing I can do is move stop. And you can kind of peek back to the other candles, see where we were. Again, 108 was the last high over here. Or 110, sorry. But that's the highs we were working with. That red zone up there. And right now it's here at this yellow zone. So the next level's red zone. If it goes, guys, I don't expect it to just keep climbing so steep. You look at that, and it's building a nice flagpole for us. So I'd expect it to settle at some point, maybe before news. It's typically what happens, or not news, before Trump speaks. It's typically what happens. We'll see things settle down, start to move. They'll still move up and down, but kind of sideways. So for Bitcoin, that would kind of be like, right now it's made a flagpole. And if it starts pulling back and we get some highs and lows, lower highs but higher lows in there, it might form a flag or pendant formation before he speaks. That's purely speculative on my part. But that's typically what we'll see before news releases. So I don't know if that's what it'll give us. And I've never traded Bitcoin during a turn in presidents like this. I don't know what it'll do. like this new keyboard. All right, so we're getting some pullback. So on Bitcoin, it hit level 8, and if I was trailing 2 back, I would have been stopped out. So, but again, my stop's down here at break even. So I chose to leave that one on, leave the stop out, and we'll see what happens when Trump starts speaking. If it doesn't pull all the way back. So again, if I was trailing 2 back, I would be out. And I am out of the ES trade, but if it drops back and starts rounding over in here somewhere, like at the top of these wicks especially. So something like if it comes in and starts rounding in here, I might actually get back in it long. Where's ES? Okay, so you guys should be able to hear me. And I want to blow up the ES chart real quick. So no new signals. We just got a sell on platinum. I don't know how well I'd trust that, just based on the moves on platinum this morning. So, but it has made a pullback after pulling down. Just remember, it may only go to these lows here. So this is why I decided to trade ES this morning. Was here's 7 o'clock, the vertical line, and it had nice moves. I didn't trade it early on, so none of this in here. I didn't trade it till back here, till it actually, pulled back in here, and I was looking for that bounce, got in. I scan. You guys know that I will scan the indices and look for what I believe to be the indice that is moving in a nice manner, playing well with others, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for something that I can get in that will play nicely with me for the day. So I chose ES, and here again, here's where it was. Around what was that, 9 o'clock? Around 9 o'clock, it was pulling back. So if I switch charts, I'll leave the cursor here and switch charts, and we're going to look at the others. So there's NQ. I don't even have a 7 a.m. line drawn on it, but my cursor is where I got into around 9 o'clock, where I got into the other. It's just not as appealing. You're looking for patterns. You're looking for nice movements that you can get in on. Yeah, you can make sense of it after the fact, say it's up and down. There's nothing I'd want to get in. The same was here. The Dow here was moving up and down. For a while, it had nice swings. And then when I was looking at getting into ES, it pulled back in here. Well, it had broke this low. So I was like, maybe not. That wasn't for me. Here's Russell. So Russell also was making decent swings before 7. But when I was looking at it, was here, was 9. And around, I was looking to see which did I want to trade. So ES still looked better because of this right here. It moved down. I was thinking, okay, I could short it. My hesitation was right here. Because again, I got in around 9. So it was up here pulling back, which is great. Didn't get a sell signal till here, but also these lows were right here. We kind of had a double bottom before I was looking to get into anything. So that was my hesitation on that. So the thing that looked the best to me out of all, because now you look at it going, well, it did break that low, but look, I would have had to sit through this. So if I would have got in short in here, again, I like to use the previous high, not the current, which would be here, but the previous high, I would have been taken out. I would have had my stop above that high. I would not have had it way back here. That's 3 highs back. I just wouldn't have. That's not my stop. I go 1. I don't use the current high, but I use the previous. So I would have been taken out on that trade. I don't even know if this would have been enough to close partial. Okay. So that's what I kind of do is look at the indices, all 4. Again, there's NQ. That was just nothing I wanted to be mixed up in. This to me looked more appealing, looked more tradable, looked more like something I could get in and trust. Okay. And it worked out good. I got in, it went up 1-to-1, closed partial. I just moved my stop to the halfway point, got stopped out before it ended up going to a 2-to-1. Okay. So it's still looking good because it just pulled back down and is bouncing there. So do we want to get back in on this? But anyways, I just kind of wanted to show that. That's what I do with the indices. Now with gold and, Bitcoin, oil, platinum, you're kind of looking at those as a single instrument, saying, do I want to trade this or don't I? Which one do I want to trade? For me, it just platinum last. I know for MC, it's platinum first. Okay. Because MC has been focused on platinum, and that's been MC's major instrument. It's been the instrument that's been traded for what? I don't know how long, at least as long as I've known you, but continually trading and focused on the instrument. So I know when MC comes to the chart, I don't believe that anything's looked at other than platinum first. So for me, I look at platinum, I look at everything, because I always have my charts set up like this, except I have 6 of them. So I can see everything at a glance. But then normally I'm dialing into like Bitcoin, gold, and oil. Normally it's Bitcoin and gold first. Those are the first 2 I look at to get in. Bitcoin and oil, or Bitcoin and gold, and then oil, at that 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour. And then before 9:30, that's when I scan through the indices, all 4. And that's what I look for. I look to see, which one looks more appealing, more pleasing, which one, more pleasing to the eye, more appealing, which one looks like it's really cooperating, making, nice highs and lows. And to me, this was it. This was, ES was the one, because it would barely break a high, like this high right here. It barely broke the other and then pulled back. Where did it turn? The inside bottom. Went up, barely broke the high. Where did it turn when it pulled back? Well, it turned at the inside bottom. Okay, kind of peaked up above that high, kind of breaking it. Where did it turn here? Turned inside bottom. It's a pattern. It's a tradable pattern. It's 100% tradable pattern. When's it going to burn out? I don't know. It could be done. Or is this another one? So it barely broke the high, peaked above the high, came back, and where does it look like it's turning? The inside bottom. Okay, so it's a tradable pattern, and that looked the best out of all of them, all 4. That's why I chose ES to trade. Sometimes it's NQ, rarely. Sometimes it's Russell and Dow. Most of the time it's ES I'll get in. I did get in. That's why I'm kind of mentioning, because I did get back in. So I'm up right now, not much, and my stop is clear down here below the low. So I went in a little lighter. Instead of 10, like I went in here, I went in with 4. It's getting closer to when Trump's speaking, and I'm considering it to be a little riskier right now because of time. So I did not put a pending order up here, which I should have put a pending order up there somewhere. But it's just so close. There's not a lot of profit in this right now. So I am going to move my stop and just move it up here to where it's under the current low it's making. So we're in it. But that's why I chose that to trade for the day out of the indices. That was like my top pick. I hope that makes sense. And we'll see, because like right now, like I said, it's turning. Every time it's turned so far, it's turned at the inside bottom. You can sit there and draw the marks at, if I can grab and come in and mark any of those inside areas. This one, I already have that one marked up there, so I'll delete this. But that's what I'm trading. Every time it goes up, oh, I didn't mark this one here. And that's what it's turning on, right? So that looks, appealing. It's a nice pattern that was recognized, bouncing off the trend line. Now, right now, I'd consider moving this out, my trend line. I'm not going to do it right now because I'm waiting to see if it breaks that. So we'll see. This might not be a run. This might not make it. So I might have jumped in at the tail end on this one. That may not pan out. But again, that's kind of why I went in lightly, right? Instead of 10 contracts, I went in with 4. I consider it to be a riskier trade. This move may be over. Plus, it's up in that 4-hour zone. So we'll see what happens with it. And platinum did make that run down. Remember I talked about platinum gave a sell signal. I wasn't getting in it, but I said if it did, it might just go back to these lows. Well, that's what it's done so far. So it may blow through that. We'll see. Overall, that was a decent signal where these back here weren't. It just didn't want to blow through that level. And there's your Bitcoin dump. I'm out. So remember, I chose to leave my stop where it was on the one remaining contract, and it just totally dumped. So we're starting to see those moves that are where you're looking, going, what in the world? We're going to start seeing some of these speculative moves on what Trump's saying. And just remember, signals don't always play out when we have news or speakers. That's pulling all the way back. So glad I got what I got on Bitcoin. Okay with getting stopped out at, a little better than break even. I always pull it a little better than break even. I don't like seeing the zeros and it doesn't matter, but that's my habit. Pull it a little better than break even. I really got to start drinking coffee. I'm behind on my coffee schedule. Lila, what are you done? I forgot to mark this, Lila. So on the ES trade down here, my original stop was below this low on the new trade. I moved my stop up a little bit, so I didn't move it to halfway because we haven't hit that 1-to-1 yet. But I wanted to move my stop up below this low, the current one it had made. So that's why it's up there just a little bit higher than where my entry stop was. So second trade on that, on the ES. I did get an oil back in here off this buy signal. So I got in oil long and I sat through a pullback. My stop was down here where it's marked. So it was down below the low, almost got stopped out. I only put 3 on this one. So went in light because of mixed signals back in here. So I 100% went in light, went in with 3 contracts. So right now my stop is a little better than break even, and I'm up like 80, 81, nothing. So it's gone up past 1 to 1, and it's kind of hanging out there. So I'm better than break even on oil, so we'll see. I'm waiting on ES to get up here, back to that, toward that trend line, and then I only have 4 on it. So I'll close out 3, gets up there. In fact, I'll go ahead and put a, I'm going to put a pending order on it. I'm using the inside top this time. I'm going to do a sell limit. I have 4 on, so I'm going to put 3 to come off there. So here's the trade, because it's probably going to go up and hit my, as it's approaching my limit order. So I'm looking at, typically I'm looking at, dollars. We're looking at going, okay, I want to close out, when it hits, 100 or 200, I want to close out X amount. But because it's been respecting, because it's been doing this dance, and when it's been breaking through a high, it's been pulling and forming a higher low every time, I'm expecting and would love to see it come back up and break this high. However, again, we got Trump speaking, we got things going on. So it may only get to the inside of this top swing, the inside top. So I marked that red, that pullback, and that closed that red candle. That's why my sell limit's there. So we'll see. I might get aggressive and move my stop too. It just depends. If it goes up and takes me out and closes out 3 of my 4, I will be moving my stop to at least the halfway point, and closing out, or changing my quantity to match my quantity of order, of my buy order. We'll see what happens, because if it pulls back down, what would I expect? Well, if it goes up and hits this, especially if it goes up past, if it continues up and goes past this high, I would expect it to come down. I picked the wrong tool, didn't I? So again, if it goes up to break this high a little bit, like it's been doing, then I would expect it to come down and turn, where? At the inside bottom, down here. The inside of this turn down here. So somewhere in here where my order is, I would expect it to do something like that. We'll see what it does. And being that we got Trump speaking in what, less than an hour, about 42 minutes. It's going to be interesting. I'll hold on to my positions when I'm in, but I don't know. I got 2 charts on ES here. I wouldn't, if you're touching NQ, I wouldn't. The only way to trade NQ right now is just, you can see it's consolidated, right? So about the only way you could trade NQ today would have been to shut off the signals and just trade the bounces. That would have been 100% it. Peeking in on down, Russell. Notice how platinum found? It just does not want to break that low area yet. Up on the day so far. All right, is anybody in anything? Now, yesterday I didn't trade at all. Just without any news catalysts in the morning, I just decided I was going to take the day off. So, didn't trade at all yesterday or last night. I don't think I traded last night. Nope. We watched movies last night. So yesterday was a no trade day for me. That's why I wasn't in here. Just took the day off. I did get some taxes done. Well, not really the tax part. I had to send 1099s out. Or not really send them out, but I had to get it together and send it to my CPA. Then she's going to send it out today. I don't know, guys. I got you're in platinum. Yeah, if it breaks that low, it'll just pop and run. But I got a 4-hour line down there. I'm gonna look and see. Any of you guys own businesses like where you have subcontractors working for you or anything? I found an app I've been using for a couple of years now, and I really like it. It's all online, and it's mainly like a credit card app. So you get a physical credit card. But here's the kicker. I love this thing. You can make virtual credit cards. And I absolutely love that because I've got one for spending on subscriptions for me for trading. I have a virtual credit card for Tyler that I created. That's what I put all his trading subscriptions on, like TradingView and payments to a broker or a prop firm to open up an account. So he has a virtual credit card on there. I'm the one that uses it. He doesn't have the numbers or anything. But what I love is you can set up spending limits on those. So if you have a monthly subscription of $100 a month, I put $102 a month on there. That's the max it can be charged. So I love that part of it. The other is you can take your subcontractors, in my case, but you could take it for any business if you make payments to a supplier or whatever. So in my case, it's subcontractors. So when I take payments, this credit card virtual, and again, you get a physical one. It's actually got a routing number and account number. So you can have deposits made. So like with our hedge fund companies that we would remodel houses for, they pay into this account, and then I just send a payment to my subcontractors, the guys that work for me. Like my head guy, he gets, payment after each project, and then concrete guy gets payment after each project. The cool part is when I add, like when I added my concrete guy to this account, it asks you a question. Do you want to add him as a subcontractor or a 1099? And you say yes, and it sends a link to their cell phone, and they fill out the link, and boom, you've got their W-9. It sends them a W-9 link for them to fill out. When you make payments to them, the payments are automatically set up as 1099 for them because they're set up as a W-9, entity. So what's cool about it comes right around this time of year, because it'll allow you to either send the information to your CPA through the app, or you can give your CPA access to that account. And it's limited access, but the CPA can see all your W-9 subcontractors and the totals you paid them and their EIN numbers, address, everything. It also creates the 1099 form. Like I could have downloaded all the forms myself and sent them. It's that easy. It's sweet. It saved me so much time. I normally just let my CPA do it though. So I just give her access, which I just made sure everything was straight in there. The other is when you go charging food, fuel, all that, it puts it into a fuel category: business fuel, business food. So at tax time, again, it makes it real easy for the accountant or yourself. And I have not paid for it. I hate paying for subscriptions. They do have a subscription. I'll probably go ahead and get it, just pay the yearly, but because it's cheap. But it's like a totally free. I think I've got 6 virtual cards on that thing I've set up. Talking about because I was looking for a way to streamline that a couple years ago. Because I kind of had everything in a couple different places for my subcontractor. So I was looking for something that could streamline everything between my data and my accountant, getting it to her, and keeping track of the W-9s, because I've been known to misplace them in my sweet filing strategy that I have that I don't use, that I don't have. So now it's all stored online, and I can just download them at any time, but I don't have to. I can just pull them up right there on the app. It's pretty cool. Plus, the part I don't have that they had on the trial was you can take a screenshot of your receipt. So like right when you get done with dinner, you have your receipt, put it on a table, take a picture, and it scans it. It also knows to put it. It knows it's a restaurant. It knows to put it in your business meals. Same with fuel at gas stations. You scan the receipt and it knows that it's a fuel receipt. But if you use your business card, you don't have to do that. It automatically puts it in the categories, so you don't have to even have to scan the receipts. So pretty sweet. Anything to simplify that side of your life. So still in. Let me see if I'm still in. I'm hoping platinum break. I'm hoping you're in short on platinum. And I'm hoping it breaks for you here. Not sure why the radio keeps cutting off. So ES pulled back down for me, which is great. I don't know if it's going to take me out and go or not. We'll see what happens. But I'm still in it right now. In the negative a little. Bitcoin, I jumped back in. 10:30. And I'm debating whether to close one or not. I guess I need to take this trade. Sorry, I'm moving this one around to where did I get out on that? I don't remember where I got out. I'll have to go look. But I did get back into Bitcoin. So right now I'm in it. I got in light, guys. I got in with 2. I forgot to mark my trade. I just got a buy on it. But you guys already had a buy. So I actually took your guys' buy right here. Mine's a little different. I didn't get this buy signal you guys got because my 1 hour was red down here. And that's the difference in the broker. So I went ahead and I just took it off the price bounce that it was bouncing off the previous high. I'll show you here in a second. So again, when it pulled back, that big, huge pullback we had where it just dumped, and we started getting this green candle, I looked over here to the left and I thought, well, it's bouncing around this level. I went ahead and took the chance that was going to be, a good bounce to take it long. You guys have the signal. You guys have a buy in here that I don't have. And again, that's because I was red down here on the 1 hour on mine. So that's the trade of 8. So we're going to see a little bit of differences because it's based on your broker's data. I think it was Candace mentioned, and I could be wrong. No, I'm right. So Candace said she uses TradeStation. So I don't know. I can't tell you. So we're going to have to kind of compare and see, but we're going to see a little bit of differences. And we'll look at ES on your guys' here in a second. But if you notice, I have red 1 hour down here, okay, that you guys don't have on yours. So you guys had a buy signal in here I didn't have. That's the buy signal I took, all right? So right now I'm in with 2, and it's up over 260. So I am going to close 1. This is a smaller account. This is the account I'm only looking for 200 to 500 a day. So looking for 200 to 500 a day, it's about to hit 3. I'm going to go ahead and sell 1. There's 316. So I closed 1, and I'm going to modify this order to match my stop, because you don't want a stop order hanging out there that's bigger than your market order. Because if it pulls back, it'll put you in short. I think I am going to go ahead and move it to a little better break even. So just to cover, to protect my position. So right now I'm in, it's hit level 5, which is 4 to 1 on my entry. But look at the bottom. So at the bottom, I've got red signals. So again, I took it off your guy. You guys had a buy. Also, it had pulled down and dropped to this level. So I thought, okay, it's bouncing on that level. That was everything else was green. 4 hours green. The 1 hour was still green up until that point. It was hit red and then hit green again. So I'm like, okay, I'm good. And that's, those were my decisions why I bought. See how your guys have stayed green, and you even got a buy right there. Okay. Right after the buy, you sat in on a pullback, and then it just, started moving. So I wanted to specifically point out the differences. This is, I can't log into, you can't log into the same broker on both pages. See this up here? I have two windows open. This left window, you guys are watching 4 charts. My chart has 6, my window. You can't log into 2 windows under the same broker. It just won't let you. So my account is on here, is logged into Tradeovate. Okay. And then the account you guys are watching, that's on a paper. It's just a paper login. So we're getting a little bit different. You guys are getting a little bit different signals on some than I am. I need to check my ES trade. Yeah, so we closed out part of the ES on that pending order. Remember, I had a pending order. So ES came back in, got in here with 1. Okay. First trade got in with 10, closed out 8, and then we closed out 2 here where it hit my half stop. So even it says sell 2 there. There's the number, but it was basically down here. It closed out my 2 runners with half stop each. So it was as if I closed out 7 at a 2-to-1 is what that whole entire trade turned out to be. Okay. And then we had another buy and sell, and then bought here, sold, and then another buy here when it came pulled back, another buy of 4 that it just came up and hit the limit order there and closed out 3 of the 4. So I have to change this to a 1 to match. I got to modify it to 1 contract. So I'll leave that runner on. And then I just got to decide if I don't think I want to move my stop to break even, because it's kind of putting it up in the danger zone. See how we turned here? This is more of a double bottom than anything else. So I don't want to put my stop up in here. It's going to be right where it's going to be taken out. Here, I'm going to keep it back where it was and just give it a little bit of extra room. So we got a runner there, runner Bitcoin. The Bitcoin runner stop's been better than break even. Oil, I have 3 on with the stop better than break even. And I'm not looking to get into anything else, because we got Trump speaking here in about 33 minutes. Yeah, I'm hoping that goes short for you on that platinum. I do have a couple 4-hour levels there. Support me. So this one's on back, but they're 4-hour. And I know when I do this, it kind of, but that 4-hour level, it's right under it, or it's messing with, is from back here, these 2 highs. That's been on there for a while. And then I drew a new one here. So hopefully if it breaks for you, it'll pop to that next level. And then we do have an area of support right here, this price level, where that low is. And if you look at that, you kind of want to look on back to the left and see if that price kind of played out. This is more a stronger level than anything, the one that was on back, because you could see the wicks hit higher. So I don't know, this is not really a strong, super strong level, because there's nothing that lines up really with this. You know, these bodies of these candles would be more, I'd be more inclined to come back and mark these bodies of these candles right there. That might give you some, might give some support to it. So those would be the 3 levels. And you can mark the wick down here too. I just chose to mark where this 4-hour body turned. If you look at the wick here, you know I always say look to the left. And if I look to the left, I see an inside bottom right here. And if you look to the left still, this wick kind of lines up with that. Got candle bodies in here. So could you not drag it over here? You know, so I'm going to leave it here at the wicks here. So hopefully it'll break. Those will be the areas that it might stall out for a little bit on you. Might get a touch and go where it just touches, pulls back a little bit, and then goes. That's if it can break through that first one here. We'll see. So I'm not looking at getting into anything else. I'm going to hold on to what I got. And I may decide just to close. I don't like closing my runners. I never have. Or, yeah, my runners, my winners. But like in Bitcoin right now, it hit level, almost level 6, which is 5 to 1. So on that alone, I'm up 179. And again, on this account, I look for 200 to 5 per day. So I've really already hit my daily. But if I can get extra profit out of that, if Trump starts speaking and it just starts soaring, then so be it. If not, I got my stop to break even. The only thing I would hope is so that it doesn't skip past my stop and not take me out. I don't want slippage. Man, my dog's wife is so lazy. Just likes to lay around. Yeah, you're getting a nasty pullback on that platinum. We're going to see things kind of happen that you don't see every day, I think. We'll see. Is anybody still looking for an entry? So gold, we're getting a 1-hour flip here. Yeah, my chart looks exactly like your guys'. So like the data on gold right now, mine's exactly like yours. On the yeah, to a T. Everything's the same. I'm only up 376 on the day. All right, ES broke a little bit. Broke up past that high. It's not, so it did not take me out. Again, I chose to move my stop not to halfway when it popped up. Chose to leave it below that low, and it came down and kept me in so far. There we go. So it's moving up. I only have one on, so about the only thing I can do is move stop. Bitcoin's still climbing too, but Bitcoin just hit its last, kind of like the inside top in there. So I don't know if it's going to hold. We still got about 15 minutes before Trump speaks. I'm trying to find him on TV here. No, I didn't want that. Well, we don't want Dr. Phil. All right. Let's see if we can find him on TV here. Well, it's Dr. Phil. We don't want that. What are you doing, Lila? Huh? Candace, that's what I was just looking for, and I don't think he actually is speaking. He's not going to be present from what I've seen. So they're going over some stuff now. We'll see. But that's what they're saying, that he will not physically be present. All right, ES has blown through level 3. I'm still in it. I am going to move my stop to break even on that one. I was taking out of oil. So there's oil. I had pulled my stop to break even. What did I have? 3 contracts on? That is a 0 trade for me. So I had 3 contracts on back in here off this buy, and it pulled in the negative for a while, almost took me out, did not, went to 1-to-1. I chose to pull stop just to break even and stopped out. So that trade, and again, this is kind of why I trade multiple things, because if that was my only trade today, I didn't pull any. Well, if it was my only trade today, I would have closed off maybe some at 1-to-1, but typically I want a 2-to-1, right? So if that was my only trade today, I sat here for a couple hours for nothing. So that's why I like taking multiple trades, multiple instruments, because we don't know which ones are going to trend. We haven't really had anything. The best thing I've been in so far has been Bitcoin and ES. Both trades in Bitcoin have panned out to where I was able to close partial on the way up. And so I need to move my stop on Bitcoin. My Bitcoin stop is better than break even. I just didn't put a X on there for you guys. Well, right now stop's there. The stop, I have 1 contract on better than break even. So yeah, I don't know if he's going to be on or not. And I don't know if there's any special channels. So I've got a box that kind of gets everything. I'm kind of scanning. I've been scanning through that to see. I need to tilt that TV down. We got a TV on the wall over here in my office, and I need to put it faces the couch, but I need to put a bracket on there. I've got some. I just got to find time to do it, that I can tilt the TV out and swing it out. Yeah, so I don't know if he's speaking and just physically not going to be there. That's all I heard, was he is not going to be there, and his policies are going to be read. That's all I've heard so far. I'm kind of scanning different channels because, like I said, I got a box that kind of gets everything. East Coast, West Coast, HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, all of them, pay-per-view events, they all come up automatically. No monthly fee, because I hate monthly fees. I'm actually getting ready to buy like a bunch more of these boxes for the house. And then it's got all the movies, even 2024 movies, some 2025 movies already, if they come out early January. We'll leave it here and see what happens at 11. Platinum got kind of scared at that 4-hour support and resistance level. Yeah, so we'll see what happens at 11, but I don't think he's actually himself speaking. They said he wasn't going to be present. And they said the policies are going to be read. I don't know if that's read by someone else. I'm assuming it is. So I think if he was going to be going over everything himself, I think he would be there. So that's just my assumption right now that he is not, since they said he was not going to be physically present, I wouldn't think he would go over things remotely. I haven't had enough coffee yet for that. Still holding positions. Dow finally broke out. I like the way it broke out. Of course, I'm not watching them, but you know, ES is the only thing I've been in on the indices because of that, because of the nice up and down swings. It finally broke out. I did move my stop to break even, so I have to move this up for you guys. So my stop is at break even, and it's climbing to level 4, which is 3 to 1 from my entry. But you look down across the board, there's NQ, still nothing fantastic. But when you get to the Dow, it finally did break through a little bit with ES and is running. And then Russell, the same. So Russell's had a nice swing up. You look back at Dow, nice swing up. It just, Russell came all the way back down, you know, stopping people out that were getting in long. So we did have a buy signal here where everything kind of came in line, 4-hour, 1 hour, 15-minute on Russell. So that would have been a good trade off signals, everything lining. On Dow, we actually had a buy. We've had several buys, but we've also had the 1-hour reverses. So just know that there's a pullback. So I don't know if anyone would have got in those. I mean, if you're trading off signals, you would have probably taken, you know, these buys. But again, if you get in with, say, 4 here, and your thought is to close 3 at partial, you could see where you would have closed 3 at partial. Well, then you can get back in with 4 here. If when it hit up here, that was enough room that you closed 3 out again, well, then you could take this other signal. If it wasn't, and you still had a full 4 on this trade, you would not take that one, not take that one. If you close partial here, then you could take another signal. So that's the thing to keep in mind. So right now they're climbing. So there's Russell just climbing. Dow's climbing. Nasdaq is climbing, but doesn't look as great. What I notice on Nasdaq is the, you know, pendant formation. If you kind of blow this up, we could see a flat top up here, more flat than anything, and then it's climbing up in here. So dial it down to a 1 if it doesn't look that great to you, and then we would mark a top of a flag. I wouldn't use this high since it's already broke that. I would use this up here as my high point. And then you would draw a trend line across these, something like that, and that's your pendant formation. You can always come in with the, I like using the triangle pattern. Or the triangle. Oops. Chart moved right when I ticked down. So it's breaking through. I like pulling it back here to these candles. So I like my back of my pendant to be straight up and down. That's just me. You don't have to do it that way. just the way I like them. So we'll see if that breaks, but that's NQ that I noticed on the 3-minute. You know, it's pulled up, but it was nothing more than this right here. So that's something you got to get good at looking at, is just what is all this in there as it's settled, right? We had a nice move up, settled some. What does that look like to you? To me, it just looked like a pendant, and I'm going to dial it down. You know, you can always dial down to a 1, so you can get a little better view possibly to draw on. And then, of course, as we know, ES is almost hit level 5, for me at least. So Bitcoin is, what do we got? One runner on Bitcoin, and it's up 255. The runner on ES is only up like 58. I don't know why. You guys can let me know if it does it for you. But where's that at? On TradingView, you can set it up to where the orders don't overlap. For some reason, it doesn't work. At least for me. For some reason, I have to come in here. These should not overlap, like the stop. You can go in and right click and hit no overlapping order position, and it'll temporarily do that. If I click on the chart, it goes back. So, but there's an option to check on there to can everybody hear me right now? Someone let me know if you can hear me all right. Okay. Candace is having problems. Hopefully she can get back on. So I've got one on, and it's hit that high. So that may be all it goes. I don't know, and I'm debating whether to move my stop or just write it out today. So the only way I can lock in profit now on this is just to move my stop, and then I'm just going to get what I get. It's one of those, you get what you get, you don't throw a fit, based on where you move it. Or do we leave our stop here, give it plenty of room, and risk? So I already locked in, what was it? It was 2 something. So it was like 100 something I locked in on one contract. And I don't know. I got to decide if I want to move my stop at this point, or I don't know that this will hold up. It didn't before. So if you look right around where this low is here, okay, so where it pulled back, candles closed here, and then it pulled back again, testing that level. Where is it? Well, it's over here at this low. Well, this low did not hold up on this big candle that whipped down. So is that price point going to hold up now? I don't know. So I'd be taking a risk, but I would, if I move my stop, I'd want to move it and keep it under, you know, like a level 4, but ultimately under that right there. I wouldn't want to put it there. So where do we move it? Do we keep it just under like here? There's nothing that, there's no hard set rules other than using the lows. But like I said, in this trade over here, you get this big pullback, and if you moved your stop, well, then you're stopped out. So this low did not hold up here. But look at how this candle stopped at that price level too. So this is a decent price point right here. That price level right there, where I just drew the white line, this candle stopped there. That candle stayed under. When it pulled down here, that candle stopped right at that price point. Okay, this one blew through, but then on the way up, you see this candle wicked at that level, and then it blew through, came back, candles turned at that level, pulled up, broke the previous high here, higher high, came back, higher low, doing what? Wicking down to that price point. So I moved my stop here. I'm keeping it below this price point. Okay, that is a significant price point that, what is that? 104,895. Oh, okay. So you're back on. That's good. I've done that before. I got another keyboard. I like split keyboards. I don't know anyone else that uses split keyboards, but I've used split keyboards since, oh my God. Oh, my first one was back in 98, 1998. I've still got it. It's old white, I think IBM or something, but it's in the garage. So I like the split keyboards because if you look at your hand, if you put your hands on your desk, look at where your wrists are. They're not like turned over flat. So I like the split keyboard. They're kind of humped over, rounded in the middle. It's kind of a split in the center of the keys. They actually have some keyboards you can get that are cut in half, and you got a right side, left side. I don't go that extreme. So I had some, and then with this new rig I bought, it's a gaming setup. I love the computer, but the keyboard was all lit up. Tyler wants it now. He's like, "Oh, you got a new keyboard, I see." Yeah. Where's your other one? Because he wants it. Because it's all lit up. Whatever. He's already got one. I don't know why he wants mine. But this one, the keys are a little loud, and it doesn't have padding on the front. It's plastic, which I don't like. So let me get my charts off here, guys. So Bitcoin has climbed back up. Still climbing. So it's popped up there about to level 10. So right now my stop is, I need to move this. My stop's at the level 4, a little better than level 4, which is our 3-to-1, 3 times profit. So on my runner, worst case, if it stops me out, I'm at 3-to-1. ES is making a dump here. So my stop on it's just better than break even. So right now still in it. That's it for me so far. But yeah, that's what I was getting at with my keyboard too. This keyboard's got all the extra stuff, which I've been missing on the other, where I can just open my email, calculator, all that good stuff. Hotkeys. So Bitcoin pulled back up to that, through that yellow zone. So it tapped it over here on the left. It is a 4-hour level. And then right now it looks like it's testing the top of it. So let's see. Man, I got all kinds of old lines on these. Well, I see President Trump on there. He's there.
Are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and families, and big tax cuts.
Well, I don't know what I was watching. They said he wasn't going to be there. So he's there. Yeah, I've got him on, I think it's MSNBC. That's what I have on. Let's see. Yeah, MSNBC is what I've got on. But he should be on every channel.
We're bringing it down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative,
I'm switching just to see, guys. But he should be. Well, no, he's not. Not on. Let's see if he's on CBS. No, he's not. So I've got mine on MSNBC. You think he'd be on a little bit of everything, but.
Then right here in the good old USA, already Americans' economic, and you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're.
I used to have the news on like every day when I traded all day long.
Confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election,
I don't.
just announced a small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a 100 and.
So Bitcoin's up there, guys. It's up, back up there trying to close above that yellow zone. So I'll probably start getting aggressive with my stop. Right now it's down here below, this level. That's a key price level we just looked at. So we have the two highs here. I want to keep it below that, inside bottom. If I moved it up, maybe something like this. So I'm going to eventually here get aggressive with it if it keeps climbing. Steep. And then I would draw this right here. This is going to be my up trade line. So I'm going to trail up that right there. It's late in the morning, 11:16, not looking to get anything new. And you guys know I'm only looking in this account. I'm only looking for that 200 to 500 a day, and this one runner is 384. So I already took a trade here, closed partial, and then got stopped out, and then this trade took the entry there. Again, you guys had a buy here at the close of that candle. You popped a buy, so you just sat in the negative a little bit, but it's gone. So right now I've got 345 where it is now. So you can see my stop's a little better than halfway. So I'm locking in, about 180 right now, maybe 170, 180. I'm not going to measure it out, but that's around what I'm going to lock in if it pulls back. So the level though is 5.5. So that's 4.5 times what I put up for risk. So really happy with the run. We don't always get it, but getting it today. And very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers.
be fair, equal, and impartial law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense, and these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a...
And I will get you guys that link sometime. This weekend I'll pop that up for you guys to give me your TradingView username is what I'll need. Profile name, whatever you want to call it. Username.
And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely.
And then once we get the indicator up, it'll be up, next week. You guys will be able to, I think what happened with Tyler was when I put his username in, next time he logged into TradingView, so I think you got to log out, log in, or just shut it down and open it back up. And he was able to see the indicator in there, and you can apply it to your charts. Then you guys will have it on there and have your own alerts and whatever that you can shut on and off. We'll have to go over that, how to set them up if you don't know. Once we get that to that point and you guys have it on your charts, what I'd like to do is there in February, of course, we'll be trading together, so we'll still have the lives, and I'd like to see how your guys' signals pan out, because, like I said, everybody's not using the same broker. So that's what I want to see how they, because you're going to get a little bit of differences, or we will. And then when we do that too, I'll have my charts up, and I'm debating, you guys know I normally have 6 instruments open. So I'm debating whether to do the 6 or just do 4 in February. But then I'll be trading like live, taking the trade signals in here while you guys trade them.
We also have the World Cup, and I understand Gianni's in the room.
Because I know when I did 6 before, you guys said that was a little much to watch on the YouTube, so that's why we stuck with 4. But that's also why this screen is not the screen I trade on that you guys are watching, because I'm still trading 6, or watching, at least watching 6 at a time.
I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president, but it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World
I
Cup
could do that.
and the 250th anniversary, so that's going to be...
That's what I was going to try.
And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years, and we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and to make it greater.
I had some ideas I was going to try, and that won't work. I have to go up a level.
I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except...
Yeah, see, he's speaking, but he's not right. He's not at that conference.
We'll be there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience. And I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
So, yes, we got another buy signal. He's done.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get that applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you. Thank you very much. So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most...
Now they're starting to do questions. See if we get some ask and answer here.
Mr. Steve Schwartz
That's how I like the politics to play out. Ask and answer. Ask and answer. Don't beat around the bush. Run around in circles. All right, so gold's back up around that red zone.
We've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that.
All right, so I did close out my Bitcoin trade. I went ahead and closed it as it was pulling down. I'm out.
Lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years.
And it may go. Guys, it may bounce. And don't get me wrong, it's holding up right there on there like I said it might. So I just decided to close out and just done for the day. Closed out of ES as well.
Because of the numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area.
Part of the reason is I will not be here this afternoon. I won't be able to check my trades. So I've got to run some places for errands for Beth, and then I have to go pick both the kids up. So I'm going to pick one up at 3 and the other up at 3:15, 2 different locations. And before that, I'm going to head to a new coffee shop. I've only been to like once or twice, but it's closer. And I'll eat lunch over there.
They're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved. Environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a very simple life. You do that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects. And I had a big project in Ireland. And it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very, very efficient, good approval. Years. And I said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice. It would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up. And basically, it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. And, or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. You did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. People are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do, like for instance, I think they actually, in terms of these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the processes are very to America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. So one other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline.
Sorry, guys, I'm printing some
One of the
reports
biggest
here.
airlines in the world. And he said, "Sir, could you help us out? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?" He said, "It's much worse." And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 million from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Brown. He's the German CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the President. Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energy is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will move to gas. And our company is the largest number one exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to we invest in a mammoth LNG project in Texas, $20 billion. It's part of the but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe, as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on this project. I would ask you the following question: what are your views about such a pause on investment on energy in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe: would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US energy to Europe? Well, the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office for the first time, one of the first things I looked at was two plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said that there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you said, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like $12 billion and 14 or 15 billion. But they couldn't get their permits. So they were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, it's so ridiculous. I know so much about that because of the construction industry. I had to go through a field. I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects that we're talking about. A total investment of $25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved, and another country, and some very big investors, believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world. But the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think I disagree with Ron. I think the more that you do, the lower the price is going to go. And what I'd like to see is rapid approvals. We're going to get very rapid approvals in the United States, like with the AI plans. Talking to many people want to build them. That's going to be a very big thing. We're going to build electric generating facilities that they are going to build. I'm going to get them the approval. Under emergency declaration, I can get the approvals done myself without having to go through years of waiting. And the big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? For AI to really be as big as we want to have it, because it's a very competitive, it'll be very competitive with China and others. So I'm going to give emergency declarations so that they can start building them almost immediately. And I think it was largely my idea because nobody thought this was possible. It wasn't that they were not smart, because they're the smartest. But I told them that what I want you to do is build your electric generating plant right next to your plant. There's a separate building connected. And they said, wow, you're kidding. And I said, no, I'm not kidding. You don't have to hook into the grid, which is old and, could be taken out. If it's taken out, they wouldn't have any way to get any electricity. So we are going to allow them to go on a very rapid basis to build that plant, build the electric generating plant. They can fuel it with anything they want, and they may have coal as a backup, good clean coal. If there were a problem with a pipe coming in, as an example, you're going with gas, oil, gas, and a pipe gets blown up or for some reason doesn't work. There are some companies in the U.S. that have coal sitting right by the plant, so that if there's an emergency, they can go to that short-term basis and use our very clean coal. So that's something else that a lot of people didn't even know about. But nothing can destroy coal, not the weather, not a bomb, nothing. It might make it a little smaller, might make it a little different shape. But coal is very strong as a backup. It's a great backup to have that facility, and it wouldn't cost much more money. And we have more coal than anybody. We also have more oil and gas than anybody. So we're going to make it so that the plants will have their own electric generating facilities attached right to their plant. They don't have to worry about a utility. They don't have to worry about anything. And we're going to get very rapid approvals.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'll go to another CEO that you know very well, Brian Molan, the CEO and Chair of Bank of America.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and congratulations, and obviously a special week for you and your family.
All right, so I'm marking up some charts. I'll be posting them out
Among 150 CEOs from all over the world.
in the Discord. ES is already out there, and I'm getting ready to post Bitcoin. So I had a loss on Bitcoin. One loss to two winners. I'm just getting cropping the screenshots from the trades.
Scorecard of being successful about continuing GDP growth, bringing down inflation.
So these are my trade recaps. Instead of, I don't know, and I spend as much time, I guess, cropping screenshots as some of you guys do typing up trade recaps. So I don't know, I just like posting the screenshots of the trade. So that's what you'll see out there. Where's it at? That's ES. Where's my Bitcoin. Oh, I didn't do a screenshot.
And by far the lowest of a large country, a large, rich, powerful country, by far, not even a contest. So we're going to bring it down to 15% if you make your product in the USA. So that's going to create a tremendous buzz. We're also probably going back to the 1 year deduction where we deduct, we did that originally, and that was amazing what the impact that had, the 1 year deduction, which built up over a period of time, and then it expires. But we're going to go back to that when we do the renewal of the Trump tax plan. We have to get Democrats to approve it, but if the Democrats didn't approve it, I don't know how they can survive with about a 45% tax increase, because that's what it would be. And so I think they're going to do. We've been working on with them pretty well. I think it's very hard for a political group to say, let's charge people 45% more. So I think we're in good shape. But we're actually doing a reduction for business and small businesses where you're going to
clicking wrong buttons.
15%.
All right. I guess you guys can still hear me.
And by the way, speaking of you, and you've done a fantastic job.
So I'm out of my trades. I'm doing markups now. And I'll start posting mine out there in the premium section as well, or the premium trade. Instead of typing up like a write-up, what I'm doing is a little different. So I'm doing this in mine. Is I'm just posting the image, and then so there's the S&P trade today, which is ES, and then the trade. I had a trade in here in the middle. I didn't mark it, but I need to go back and mark it. It was a loss, so I had gotten in this one, and then how it closed me out when I moved my stop to halfway, better than break even. So again, got in, it went up, closed out 8 of the 10. When it pulled back, I had moved my stop to the halfway point, so got stopped out. So when it pushed back up, pulled back, I actually got back in here with 2. So very, very likely. Why 2? Because I had 2 runners over here that were taken out. So again, I got in with 10 in this. I felt 100% confident that it was bouncing off this inside bottom. So that's why I went in with 10. Okay. And closed 8, and then with my limit order, a little better than 1-to-1, and then closed out the last 2, got closed down on a pullback. So 2 times my loss, two contracts with a loss. So when I went back in over here, I went back in with just 2 for that reason. Well, I got stopped out. So that was the loss in there that you'll see. And then when it came in here and finally hit this trend line, I thought, okay, I'm buying again, right? Buy at the bounce and sell at the top. Sell when it gets near the top, at least close partial. So that's why I got in with 4. And then I had a limit order to close out those 2 or 3. So in with 4, went up, pulled back, and then closed out 3. And then the rest is closed out at the top of this thing up here. So the rest is closed out in here. So I'm out. So that's how I'm going to post my recaps. You guys don't have to do that, but I'm just trying to show the trades as they are. So far on that, remember on this account, I'm looking for 200 to 500 a day. So on ES, I got 155 after that loss in there plus my gain. And then I'm posting the trades. So you'll see the trades on there too. And then I've already got Bitcoin out there. So there's Bitcoin. The first one was a loss. I took a first one here. I don't know why I kept a tight stop on that, but I did. I should have had my stop back here, and I don't know why I went with the super tight stop. I just considered it a little riskier that I already missed part of it, but it came back and took me out. But notice I went in with, I think that was 5. 5 in, 5 out. So that was my loss. So I went back in with 5 here. That was that when it really started moving, and I just kind of jumped in on it. So I wasn't willing to go in with 10. And then, of course, closed partial here on the way up, and then moved my stop to break even. It came back, no loss on my runner, my one runner. So I was in with 5, closed 4, partial, 1 runner, stop 0. So that was a winning trade overall. And then the last one, of course, was another winner. And I only went in with 2 on that. So this was, around the time, it was like 10, 12, 15, somewhere around there. So, we got Trump speaking in 20, 45 minutes, and I just didn't want to risk a big trade. Plus, we just came off of a huge dump. I mean, it just dropped. So I just wasn't willing to get in with more contracts. I didn't want to take the risk. So in with 2. So that was a winning trade. Closed partial, closed out. It basically broke that trend line. So we're out of that. But that's out there too, as the platinum trade, as well as here's what it looks like overall. So even with the loss in there, total profit was 882 on my trades with 272 loss. So total of 610 gains on that one. And there's the trades if you want to look at them. There's that first loss. So there's where I put on the 5, had the tight stop loss. Again, guys, I can't even tell you why I had such a tight stop loss on that, other than I wasn't comfortable in the risk of where it was sitting. And I don't know why, because it was bouncing off a 4-hour line. If you go back and look, and we'll look at it. So I don't know why I was. We had several sell signals, and it was back up near a high, but I should have felt a little more confident. As I look at it now, I don't know why. Because I'm looking at the chart now. I'll have to delve into that. That was something on my part that I was not doing right. I'm not thinking straight, or I know I wasn't awake. I hadn't even gotten a cup of coffee yet. So we'll blame it on the coffee. But those are there. I've still got to go in and put on the oil trade. So that's how I'll post mine. And I typically do. Sometimes I just post the chart, but I like posting the trades. And again, here it is, the Bitcoin chart. So again, I'm not sure why, other than, like I said, I hadn't had coffee yet. I just wasn't confident. I can look back over here and see sell signals with these highs right here. So that gave me a little bit of hesitation. And I used one of these dips. I think it was this one for my stop. Nope, that one is. I don't know, guys. So I feel kind of at a loss for why I put my stop there that tight, because it stopped me out at that 120 level, which was right where the bottom of that box is, or around there. It's at 120. It should be 120. So I didn't feel confident, but you look at the thing and you're going, I had a 2-day runoff, and I think that was part of why. I wasn't sure that that 2-day sell-off was over, and that move down was over. But it completely, looking at it now, you're looking at it going, wow, okay. It just completely bounced off that zone. But I didn't know it was going to bounce off the zone. So I think that was part of my hesitation in there, and why I did a tighter stop, because I wasn't quite sure this downward movement. Because you see these, you see where it peaked through that zone. So my bad. My bad. So anyway, that's it for me as far as trading.
to an election result which was frankly ridiculous. We were talking about denuclearization of our two countries, and China would have come along. China has a much smaller right now nuclear armament than us, or field than us, but they're going to be catching it at some point over the next 4 or 5 years. And I will tell you that President Putin really liked the idea of cutting way back on.
Now, guys, I have no idea what this is going to do this afternoon after he's done speaking. So, normally I don't look to trade in the afternoon, but there might be trading opportunities today after he gets done.
So we want to see if we can denuclearize.
I don't know if I'll have, when I go to the coffee shop, I'll look back in on my phone and see where we're at while I'm eating.
We had a good conversation with China. They would have been involved, and that would have been an unbelievable thing for the planet.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started. This is a war that should have never, ever been started. And it wasn't started during there was never even talk about it. I knew that it was the apple of President Putin's eye, but I also knew that there was no way he was going in, and he wasn't going to go in. And then when I was out, bad things happened, bad things were said, a lot of stupidity all around, and you end up with what you have now. You have all these bombed out cities. They look like demolition sites with many people killed. I think the thing that you'll see about Ukraine is that far more people have died than is being reported. And I've seen that. Far more people.
So guys, I also
look at a city that's become a demolition site with big buildings of
shorted the Canadian dollar.
And they say one person was slightly injured. No, many people were killed. Those are big buildings. I was surprised at how that was my business. These are buildings that go 2 and 3 blocks long. They're 20 stories high. They're big, powerful buildings.
And it's up right now, a couple
there were a lot
down.
of people in those buildings. They announced that 2 people were injured. That's not true. So I think you're going to find that there were many more people killed in Ukraine in the Ukraine war than anybody has any idea. But if you look now, so many of the people being killed are soldiers just facing each other with guns, rifles, and drones, the new form of warfare, drones. And it's a very sad thing.
A really good day, didn't they?
You see pictures of the fields that I see. Nobody wants to see it. You'll never be the same.
Oh, except that oil trade.
Thank you very much.
If you guys are okay, I'm not going to post the oil trade. I guess I will. It was the one that gave me the $3. I never got back in it. Actually, I will post it because that overall, it was a good trade compared to where it is now. I'll post it out there. But you guys know I got in the oil trade earlier. It hit 1-to-1, and since it hit 1-to-1, it barely, got over this high and hit the 1-to-1. That's the one I moved to just better than break even. So my stop was there. So it closed out, and that's the one I ended up getting $3. So to me, that is a huge winner. Can you call a $3 trade a huge winner? If you could call any $3 trade a huge winner, I would call this $3 trade a huge winner. Why? Well, it could have been worse. My stop could have been here, where I originally had it. If I was looking for it to get to 2-to-1, the next level, which is level 3, which would be 2-to-1, before moving my stop at all, I would have ended up being at a full loss. 3 contracts, full stop. When it hits 1-to-1, I know some of you guys are moving your stop to the halfway. If that's what I would have done, that's still a winning, it's a losing trade as far as what we look at over dollar amount. But as far as technique, as far as trade management, is that not a win? We can't help how far the instrument goes, or that the instrument goes up and then turns and comes all the way back down. Okay? So we can't help what happens after we get it. All we can do is manage our trades. So leaving the stop till it gets to a 2-to-1, I would have been stopped out again, full stop. When it hits 1-to-1, I know some of you guys, again, are moving your stop to halfway. So if I would have done that, I would have done what? Instead of 3 lots at a full loss, I would have had 3 lots at a half loss each. So it's still, in my eyes, it's still a win because your trade management's there. You're sticking to your trade management. I know dollar-wise it's a loss. But as far as you managing your trades, okay, are you not winning? I mean, you're managing your trades the way you're supposed to. Now, I happened to pull to break even on it. I kind of, when it went up and hit this high up here, I was like, I'm going to pull it to break even. Wasn't real confident it was going to break. If you look down here, the 4 hours red, you know, so I got stopped out at $3. So happy with that. Happy with that small $3 win because it could have been a large loss. It could have been 3 full contracts at a full loss if I wouldn't have done that. So overall happy with it. Not the best. That's our tip money. We're going to start calling that tip money.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next anything.
AARP.org. Enjoy today for just $15 for your first year with automatic renewal, and your second membership is free. And get instant access to discounts on eye care, prescriptive, dating guns, travel, dining, and deals from top retailers. Don't miss the way today. Instant resources, tools, and tips to help manage your money, maximize your health, and so much more. Never offers find you wherever you are. And AARP is the largest advocacy group for people over 50. Your voice will be heard. I'm nowhere near ready to retire, and AARP is a tremendous resource for them. I would also go to the sales discount and check out the hotels, the dining. AARP saves us a lot of money. Join and get an insulated truck organizer free by
Anybody else riding anything yet? Or still? I am out of everything.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first, but don't think it saves you hundreds. There's good hands with Allstate.
COPD is an ugly reality. I watch as the world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trelegy helped us do things a little differently. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves your lung function, so you can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace the rest of the inhaler for some breathing problems. Tell your doctor you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy mainly cures the thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsening breathing, chest pain, mouth and tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Oh no! For what is it? It costs a fortune to get a contract like this. It's not covered by homeowners insurance.
That's why you should have HomeServe.
It's emergency, you trust them.
New waterline rates. HomeServe says a qualified contractor will fit and pays with covered repairs.
With HomeServe, the American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-888-246-2612 or HomeServe.com.
Just pay for you need new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I still love the surf, snowboard, and of course skate. But I think magnesium support my muscles all the time. Kino's high absorption magnesium glycinate helps you get the full benefits of magnesium. Kino, the brand I love.
And as I look at Bitcoin here, I would have been stopped out. So glad I closed when it broke the trend line versus letting it take me out because it totally broke and we're getting a drop here. So I'm good with that.
Sign up for MSNBC Pink at MSNBC.com.
Right now on Andrea Mitchell Report, the speech just delivered President Trump threatening world economic leaders, meeting in Davos, Switzerland, with tariffs, while blaming the world's economic problems on the Biden administration.
If you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff.
As the White House ramps up its immigration crackdown, sending 1,500 active duty troops to the southern border, firing the head of the government's immigration force, canceling the appointments of 30,000 immigrants who now have to remain in Mexico, and blocking the entry from more than 10,000 refugees from around the world. Plus, President Trump defending his decision to pardon violent attacks leaked during the January 6th Capitol riot, and canceling diversity, equity, and inclusion programs throughout the federal government. While Southern California faces another fire emergency, with a new wildfire erupt north of Los Angeles. Good day, everyone. I'm Andrea Mitchell in New York. 4 days in office, as President Trump is saying defense on the tariffs, his pardons, and his cabinet nominees. The president proposed tax incentives for tariff justice, dominating his first address to an international audience. Speaking hours ago from the White House to the World Economic Forum, Davos.
My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA.
Last night, Mr. Trump was again asked to justify pardoning and to attack police officers. This time by Fox Post and Trump allies on Hannity.
You should be allowed to protest the vote. You should be allowed to, when you take it, you shouldn't be able to really the comment, right? Most of the people were absolutely innocent. Okay, but forgetting all about that, these people are served horribly a long time. And the other thing is this, some of those people with the police, they were very minor incidents. Okay, this was a political hoax. And you know what? Those people, and I'm not saying every single case, but there was a lot of impudence of those people.
Daniel Howard was one of 140 assaulted officers. His head was slammed in a revolving door. His emotions still raw yesterday as he reacted to the pardon, vividly describing the brutal assault.
I was beaten.
Just trying to find that gold trade.
Surrounded. Someone reached for me and tried to get out of my hand. And all these people were just pardoned by Donald Trump. He said that they were the victims. That they were the victims.
Also today, various things covering new detail about the latest accusation against Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth, as we are awaiting the full Senate vote first actions on that single vote. Also, pending confirmation.
I had two $3 trades today.
Senior White House correspondent Garrett Hayes, USA Today, Russian George Stephen Hayes, Ashley Parker, now the fact writer of The Atlantic, and former Republican Congressman from Pennsylvania.
So I got $6 in tip money.
Questions by one of his closest supporters and contributors. What was he telling us today?
Well, he was in on some of his sort of tried and true economic and foreign policy beliefs, raising the value of tariffs and suggesting they're coming for companies who don't make their products in the U.S. His concern about trade deficits always noted. He talked today about wanting to see NATO countries spend up to 5% of their GDP on defense. That would be a major boost, including the United States, by the way, who's spending only about half that of the Defense Department figures. And he also clearly had this conversation with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman yesterday on his mind. He talked about an offer from the Saudis to spend some $600 billion in investment in the United States. He did want to see that number get up closer to $1 trillion, and said that he could be pushing OPEC to try to lower oil prices, which he thinks is unlocking both the inflation prices in the United States and perhaps helping to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Russia, of course, did really for so long high oil prices. But kind of a broad swath of economic and foreign policy issues, mostly within the sort of normal bounds of what we hear from Donald Trump. We're not going to get mainly gun prices.
And this is the first time that the president and his speech are addressing the international audience since today on the list of presidents of Saudi sanctions, Garrett mentioned. He threatened Vladimir Putin that with new sanctions, if Putin doesn't end the Ukraine war. I think the toughest message he has sent to Vladimir Putin will be heard.
Interesting because the president has been unable to reach his campaign goal of ending the Ukraine war in 24 hours. This was his original promise. This is to be tougher than that. Russia Putin has been unwilling, I think, to engage in a serious way on this because they are pushing for every advantage they can get on the battlefield before they reach a settlement that we assume will involve territorial possessions by Ukraine. But one thing that strikes me about the president's speech is how seriously the world is taking development. This is a shift from what we sort of saw early on in his first term, when the world leaders weren't quite sure how seriously to take Trump. They've seen him in action for 4 years. They're taking this shock and awe action that he's taken in the first days of his term really seriously, Andrea.
And actually, Parker, let's talk about what we just saw with the Parker. Also, some of his company talks to Micro. He was assaulted by
All right, so I got my recaps out there. You out, MC? Yeah, I'm going to look later.
So the people in charge as the justice department, that is all changing. In the court conference,
I'm going to look later as well. You didn't trade at all? I did post mine out there. So I had the 2 trades, the gold and the oil, that were tip money trades. But I am going to look later this afternoon just to see what happens after all this is over. After it kind of sinks in, I don't know if we'll get any more, but we might get something that sets up. And normally I don't look in the afternoon, so we'll see. But I think I'm going to bug out of here too, guys. The signals will be up, stream will be up for the rest of the day. I'll shut them down about 5. And then we'll be back tomorrow. Now, don't feel you guys have to post your trade details like I did on your recaps. I love the recaps that I see that you guys are posting. Look forward to reading them every day, as I know a lot of other people do too. I just chose to post mine that way. It's just quicker for me to get them posted, because I wanted to get them on there before I left for the day. So I'm out. Streams and everything will be running, and I will catch you guys later. I don't think we have news tonight. Oh, I got to go post my other trade. Need to move my stop. I got one more trade to post out there, then I'll be done posting. Oh, I can't do it there.
In many ways, this is a dynamic that is familiar with President Trump. There is.
All right, so I did post my
There's a lot of discomfort.
Forex trade is on there as well. So that's going to be my biggest one, as is typically where my biggest trades hold. So tomorrow, I don't think we have 8:30 news, do we? So we've got a lot of news coming out for the London session. We have stuff for the Swiss coming out, the Euro. So you'll see the Euro, a lot of news for it in the early AM from like 3:15 on. And then 4:30, we got news on the pound. We got their like PMI numbers, basically. 9:45 is our PMI number. So, we've got PMI numbers coming out. We have German PMI numbers, which affect the euro. We have the actual euro PMI numbers. And then we have PMI numbers for the British pound. And then we have the US PMI numbers. So we should see a lot of movement during the London session on there. But this is that's obviously my biggest trade for the day. But that's in a Forex account. So that's MetaTrader 4, which I still use, but that's because I can't switch my account over to TradingView for some dumb reason. They just won't let you switch it. I'd have to close this and open up another that's attached to MetaTrader 4 or TradingView. So that's how the trade sits right now. I just moved my stop down a little bit more, giving it that room to breathe. But I'm going to look at it now, and I think I'm going to go ahead and close out the 3/4. I normally wait till it hits about 10K. I like for them to hit about 10K before I close out 3/4. But right now it's at 5, which would be close out would be 30 contracts. So I'm going to look at my highs and lows and make that decision here. Because I don't want to end up with like $2,000 on the trade. It's up 5. Yeah, and as I look at the chart and pull back, it's hitting some lows. Well, there's a good support and resistance price point it's at. So yeah, we're going to close 3/4. So I'm going to close 30 off on that trade. And I have to be careful because, you know, in trading view here, if I have a short on like that, I would go in and buy 30 and it will close out the other. That's not the way it works on my broker. On my broker, if I go in right now and buy 30, it's actually a buy order. I can hedge on this account. And that's because sometimes I'll take trades and be in them long term. And then, you know, sometimes I'll take trades and be in long term, and then I'll hedge against them as I'm trading short term day trades. So
I suspect that many Republican senators are very uncomfortable with this vote, even those who will be voting for it. As Garrett rightly
so sometimes I have a trade on that'll be on for days or weeks in Forex, and then but I want to trade against it as the market retraces. So with this broker, I can do that. I can have both. So that was a nice trade. So I just closed the 3/4 out. I see Max just posted a recap.
So hard to say, but over time, this vote could come back and bite some of them, particularly those who are up in the next midterm and perhaps some after that. But right now, I think there's a lot of discomfort among Republicans on this one. And right now, it looks like he's going to get it. But we have to count the votes first. Many of them are not talking. But the latest revelation from the sister-in-law, of course, you saw the email from his mother, which she has since withdrawn. She wants that back. So he's got a lot. And I suspect many Republicans are unhappy, too, that, you know, a lot of this stuff wasn't found out in the vetting process. I think that the Trump transition team, I'm sure, was shocked and surprised by that settlement.
All right, guys, so I'm out. Got a lot of things to do here for my wife. Honey-do list. And then go grab something to eat, pick the kids up. So I'll be back tonight. Like I said, I'm going to kind of check in, just kind of see if anything's set up. I don't know if I want to take anything or not. So far up on the day on this account, and just not sure I want to mess with that till tomorrow.